winner of the $100,000 Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's Broken Pal back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby Championship. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's Bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's Bullet, the Canterbury Invader, takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. From home, baby, Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel is gonna hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape Quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16-pole Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil Money, he can't go around it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 8 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at last week's racing action on Wednesday. Who is the hot jock? Well, that's Antonio Whitehall. He ended up having the hat trick on the card, and he is just absolutely on fire right now. 14 wins on the season with Ronald Alley and Chavi and Chow. Quite a ways behind at 5. And on the trainer's side, it's quite the log jam as Wendy Anderson, Lise Pruitt, and Mike Nault all with 5. And right behind them, Shelley Brown and Tom Gardapi Jr. And one of those wins for Antonio Whitehall was in the Rockin' USA. Big Nick ended up getting it done. What a great race that was, Stretch. And what did you see on the racetrack?
Yeah, so we're now into the full swing of things on week 4. Oh, Kirt, speaking of full swing of things, Nick Taylor winning the Canadian Open.
Awesome.
And amazing to be a Canadian after 69 years. So just had to tie it in there. I realize everybody's tuned in for racing. I just had to get it out.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a better golfer than me. Just by a little.
Yeah, so so it was interesting on the first 2 days of last week. Speed was holding about 12 of 14 of the races went gate to wire. On Wednesday, 3 of 7 ended up winning. 1 was disqualified, so however you want to rank that on that. But they were coming from off the pace. So the track was still a little bit faster than the first 2 weeks, but a little bit slower than the previous week. So it's actually getting quite close to the normal par. So the track superintendent and the team are getting it quite consistent on that. So
And maybe that rain had something to do with it on Tuesday. We had a deluge of rain for about a half an hour, and they did delay the races. But there were still quick times after that.
yeah, for sure. And now we haven't had any rain in a few days now, and it's been hot. We got a really hot day today, so we'll see how it plays out. And not too much wind today either. So we've got a great 3 days of racing. I'm ready to go.
All right, let's go. Here we have an allowance, optional $10,000 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to go the 5.5 furlong stretch. Who do you like in the opener?
Yeah, a good competitive race to kick off the week for sure. Basically, Big Nick the 5 had the pleasure of dealing. Yeah, with Trump, I'm dealing with Big Nick on the front end. There is no Big Nick in here, and as you mentioned right at the start of the show, won the stake race. So right away, you know the quality that he was dueling with. This Trumpum doesn't need the lead, but certainly might just end up getting the lead because I don't find a lot of speed in here. And if he runs anywhere like this last race, I think it's going to be really tough to beat. So I really think a gate-to-wire victory, but if he's not on the lead, I wouldn't be that disappointed. But he's a very versatile horse. Then let's go to the 3 as my second one. This horse totally belongs at this level. And, you've got to go back. That last race was an extremely tough race with Stay Happy. And then the figures are right there. Put that horse there, the buyers as well. I would have no surprise, or wouldn't be surprised if this horse won either. With the right trip, can kind of sit right there, and like I said, certainly belongs. And then we both went to the 2 as our third selection. I actually think the 2, the 2 was the morning line favorite. It's early yet, 6-1. I think that's going to change. Was outclassed last time. And did beat the 3 last time, but I decided move the 3 up because of the winter racing. I think the 3 has more room to improve, and this 2 just hasn't won in over a year, so or even won at the distance. So absolutely in the mix. 6-1 teases me a bit at that price, but we'll see how it changes as the betting goes. So 5-3-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm in agreement with you here. I really like number 5, Trumpum. If you look at the distance, 17 starts and 8 wins. I was lucky enough to cash on this horse a couple times last year. I got him that day. He was 8-1, and that was a juicy odds after seeing a horse win so many starts at a particular distance. And I'm with you, banging it out with Big Nick. You're going to see a lot of horses come out of this race and do really well, especially if they are some droppers too. So Trumpum, I don't see a lot of speed in here. Stretch, I'm looking through maybe Gray Admiral, who's a route speed horse, but if Trumpum wants to, he can go right to the front end. And if he does do that, gets a soft early fraction, I think he's going to be long gone in here. I do like Golden Eyed. I don't think that was his race. There's no way he was going to beat Stay Happy, and the Boss Factor wasn't either. But Golden Eyed is much better than that. I like his running style. Sits about 2 or 3 lengths off it. Tries to pounce at him with a quarter mile to go, and then runs on. Was a very game horse last year. I expect a reversal of form today with the slight drop from the second to the first level allowance. And the Boss Factor, they are taking it off Lasix today. I like a few of those winter races down there. He can show some of those. He'll be much better. And again, he comes out of that Stay Happy race where he had absolutely no prayer. This is a great opener, but I'm with Stretch. 5-3-2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance race. 4 non-2 lifers are going to go 5.5 furlongs. What an exciting race, Stretch.
Yeah, I'm looking. This is probably the one I'm looking forward to most, just because you've got the 3 and 5 after some big performances. I'm interested to see if they improve on that or regress. So, yes, we've got 3-year-olds versus 4-year-olds. I'm taking a bit of a chance here on the 5, on the 3-year-old. I think this horse might have even more upside. Just so impressed, was outside, pulled and kind of took over handily. Morning line's 5-1. I don't think you're going to get 5-1, but maybe 4-1. Just waiting to see. My figures are solid. I talked about this horse last week about kind of waiting for this, so I'm sticking with backing the horse. And then the 3 horse, kind of surprised me. Maybe going to 4 years old, and the light suddenly went on because hands down hits his best race of his lifetime. I just unsure again now if there's a duel or if this horse is a need the lead type. Might run back to last year, and last year just always came up short and started betting against him, and so we'll see. Obviously, if he's turned the corner, certainly can win in here. And then Kirt's top pick, and I don't disagree at all. I kind of think one of the two, I think 5 or 3 might repeat that top effort, and if one of them doesn't clears, then they're gone. The one basically is going to stalk and try to close late, which certainly can. Nice maintenance work coming in the mix, 5-3-1.
Yeah, I'm looking for a closer in here. I think number 3, Jafafa, is one way of going. Private Frank was well in hand early, so those fractions could have been a lot sharper. He didn't let the horse go until halfway down the lane. Lucky Chucky has a bit of speed. One Sky has a bit of speed. Even the 2 well played, so I pretty well mentioned them all. Even Barely Regal, the 1, has a little bit of speed, but I really like the way that it came off the pace last time out. It was only a length off it, had no winter racing under the belt. Ronaldo Cumberbatch gets the rail. He's a great rider that can time it very well. And if he can scoot through the inside with the other battle that should ensue, if it doesn't, then I'm in trouble. But I think it is. So Barely Regal, yeah, has a little seconditis, but the horse hasn't been worse than second in its life. Battles every single time, and I think is way better coming off the pace. I also like number 4, One Sky. Was caught up in the pace battle last time out. Ran a couple really good races last year. Again, just from off the pace. I expect all 6 of these horses to be within 5 lengths at all points in the race. So if One Sky can show one of those off the pace efforts, instead of trying to jam up in the front with Jafafa and Private Frank, I think this horse could be a great long shot in here. And you got to like number 3, Jafafa. The horse just did nothing wrong. Just went to the front end, sat there, and drew off with the greatest of ease. Yeah, this turnaround to 4 years old might just be it. The light bulb went off. We're going to see a monster in the making. But right now, I'm going to give you 1, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering over $100,000 in the pick 5 pool for this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers going 5.5 stretch. What do you got?
Okay, so we've got 5 of the 7 in here returning as a rematch. There is a lot of speed in here. I was between the 2 and the 3 as a top pick. I went with the 3 just because this horse ran too good to lose last time. Duel put all the speed away, and I think the horse is going to be able to go that little bit longer, and so that's why I'm going to go with another chance on this one just because I liked her race a little bit better than the 2's race. We know the 2's running style is going to sit at the back. I had this horse as my top pick last time and was closing, but wasn't really a factor for the win. Will get the trip, but it has to sit a little bit closer. Gets too far back. I think that the 3, after puts away the speed, can still kind of hang on. So, like I said, that extra half is going to make a difference. For me, it's the place bet of the day on the 2, but not a win. And then the 3rd one, I went to the 1. Again, another closer where the other ones that I don't have listed are all speed horses. I think this horse is going to get a nice trip. Yes, it's off the layoff, but just pick up the kind of the pieces for running for 3rd, because I think it is between the 3 and the 2. So 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, 3, 6, and 7, they all battled it out last time out. And the 3 Lipstick Lady got the better of the 6 and 7. But now you add one more speed horse to the mix, and that's number 5, Someone Else. So I'm thinking there is going to be a heated duel in here. So I had to go to number 2, Kim's Texas Bling. I think the 5 furlongs was plain and simply just a bit short for her. She wants a little bit more. She gets 5.5 today. And with the battle that should happen on the front end, I think she's going to get an absolute dream trip. Jerry Gorno last week broke out of his shell. And watch, he's going to be racking up the wins in the weeks to come. So I'm taking a shot on Kim's Texas Bling. Lipstick Lady, as Stretch said, put everybody else away and then got caught by a horse rallying. I expect the same kind of effort today, but definitely she can upset as the favorite. and the One Touch of Love. This horse ran really, really well last year. When it hit the open company, this horse ran lights out against Liaison Tune and Spy a Star. Good enough to win, but ended up third. The question mark, is it ready to go at first asking? If it is, I can move it up, but right now, I'm going to give you 2, 3, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens. On the 5.5 furlong stretch, what do you have?
Well, we see it the same way, Kirt.
We've seen a lot of races.
Yeah, we are so far.
I expected that.
Yeah, for sure. The two main contenders here are early pace horses. They only know one way to run, and that's between the 1 and the 4. They go basically as fast and as far as they can go, and see what happens. We're going 5.5 furlongs. I went to the 3. I think the race sets up absolutely perfect for her. Maybe she's not on paper the best filly in here, but just how the race is going to be run. Yeah, the figures are a touch low, but again, if you get the best trip and the other contenders are battling it out, they get tired and basically the 3 takes over, and that's kind of how I see it. And then the 4 I'll put second. Normally, I would take a horse like this, maiden special weight, dropping to 5. That does mean a lot, but I just think that 1 horse is going to hurt the 4's chances quite a bit. And also, the big drop so quickly kind of concerns me a little bit. My figures say the horse can't really win at maiden special weight, so Shelley knows where to spot the horses. I just think it's maybe a little too big of a drop so quickly. Obviously, the horse can easily win, battle, and take over, not leaving this horse out on the pick 4 or pick 5. And then find another big dropper at a bit of a price, trying to find a price here, and that's the 2. If the 4 puts away the 1, and then the 3 comes, who's another maybe closer? A maiden special weight dropper on the 2. Hasn't shown much at all. Comes from Lone Star Park. Why are you bringing a horse here if the horse can't run at all? I think might get the trip. So could get a sneaky price in there, 3, 4, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on First Rate Romance. I think a dream trip here. And the 4 Celebration Dance, why is this horse in here? Well, if Shelley wanted to keep it and go against the maiden allowance horses, from now on, it's all 3-year-olds and up. So that's a lot tougher than the straight 3-year-old. Actually was in against last time out. If she's going to test the older, you might as well take a drop and try and solidify your chances. And I think that's why Celebration Dance is here. And I think it's going to get caught up with Always the Little One. I think those 2 battle, as Stretch said, and First Rate Romance comes flying at them. So Celebration Dance, I'm taking second best, and Always the Little One. Very competitive, ran against the boys last time out, now back against the girls. This will be a nice, easy spot for her. Last time she was in it, that first time out, I picked this horse at 6-1. I got caught real late down the lane, but has a lot of talent. Let's talk about the 7, the first-time starter. Bits of Lemon Drop. The dad, 3 wins, $260,000 in earnings. All the races were 6 and 7 furlongs. The mom, 3 wins, $52K in earnings, ran from 6 to a mile, but her best starts were going short. This is a first foal, so no siblings to speak about, but definitely Devin Gittins can get him ready to go at first asking. But I'm going to give you 3, 4, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go the 7 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip, Stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, and that's a big scratch. That affects it a little.
We're not even close to each other in here.
No, and you're going to hear why.
And you know what? I expected that in these later races.
Absolutely. I don't really have a strong opinion in this race, and whenever that happens, I'm certainly going to look for a price. So it's a total price play and kind of a spread. You'll see my pick 4 on how many I have in here. Yeah,
all button,
pretty close. So let's go with the 2. Woke up last time. It ran much better than I expected. They were only going 5 furlongs, and I didn't think this horse could go such a short distance. Looked good doing it. You know the horse is going to even increase the distance or run that much better when the distance increases. So yes, it is a decent jump up, but I don't think this 75 claimer is as tough as some of them we've seen. I think that there is some back class where the horse was running at a higher level and then just went down at the end. And even at Turf Paradise races, that might just not be a track for this horse. You're getting morning line of 8-1. Probably won't get that because of the scratch, but somewhere maybe around 5-1. I'll go to the 3 as my second selection. A tough last race was very competitive in that field. Basically, kind of drops back down. Has a nice workout coming in. I just, for whatever reason, you've got to use the horse. It just doesn't jump out at me, and so horse can easily win. I've got to use it, but just I don't know how much value there's going to be. And then I'll go to the 4, which I scratched basically into this horse after the 1 came out. Just had to find some speed, and so maybe if the 4 can get loose, you got to watch out at going 7 furlongs. Somebody that gets loose fast to the first turn, they can go gate to wire. Wide open race. I'll give you 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm with you, wide open. I settled on the 3, Gone Somewhere, only because it came out of that Big Nick Mr. McLean race. This horse sat back, picked up the pieces after the duelers were there. But again, Big Nick, way too good, won the stake race after. So I'm thinking this drop to 75. This is absolutely huge. So I'm kind of taking him on the default angle, but I think this horse might show speed today. And if that is the case and he gets out there freewheeling, I think he's going to be long gone. I also like number 6, G's Turn. Last time out, really never ran his race, sat near the back of the field, and never really got engaged. But the top 2, Magic Tiger and Explosive, those 2 are absolute monsters. Magic Tiger has now won 2 in a row. Explosive came back after that race and absolutely destroyed them. So G's Turn had no shot in there. Now drops down. Likes going to rut of ground. I really like that second place finish at Fawner 2 outs ago. That same kind of race puts him right into it. And I like the 7, Side Street Dave. This horse comes off a really impressive win last time out by 5.5, restricted 4,000. But Bruce Sanderson has placed his horses really well so far. Has 2 starts and 2 second-place finishes, and one of them was getting beat by the mighty Big Nick. So his horse is running so well, got to throw him in at a price. So I'm giving you 3, 6, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going 5.5. Scratch the 2, Arrogance. Scratch, what about this one?
Yeah, like as you just mentioned, another big scratch. This horse would have been an odds-on favorite for sure. We can start with, if you know the speed is, it's probably the controlling speed. There is no pure speed horse in here that I don't think of. Maybe Kirt will add to that as we get to it. I'll go to the 1 as the top selection. Maybe isn't the speed, but I don't think it's going to be very far off. I think it's going to be right within a length or 2 if it isn't right near that lead. Woodbine horses have been doing fine. They've won a bunch of races and been in the money. Carl only has 1 win, but he's got 8 of 11 in the money. So they're right
Huge.
there. Yeah, absolutely.
Without race-fit horses.
Correct.
Well,
So
they're fit, but they're not race-fit.
yeah. So big there. Puts them absolutely right there. I did have one little bit of concern was the horse hasn't had a workout or activity since the May 28th. So is this a horse going to need one? Maybe. I can't find anybody else strong enough to go against him. So it is my top selection. And then let's go to the 6 as my second selection. Has the back class from last year. Didn't win when it dropped, but it sets it up for this race. A nice move because the horse is wavered from being claimed the 5,000. So that's a good spot. If it runs back to those early races on the special weight, puts this horse right there. That could be the upset horse. And then I just need a bomber to throw in there, just to find maybe to complete the high. Is the high 5 in the high 5 is in race 6 today?
Yeah,
instead
6 and 7.
6 and 7 instead of race 5. So remember that. That's why we got the bomber. Steady Works coming in on the 7. I think he can run 3rd or 4th. It's not a strong non-2. And if you're morning line of 25-1, you won't get that because of the big favorite. It'll drop, but I still think 17, 18-1. Who knows? Might sneak in there even a little bit higher. 1, 6, 7.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Terra Tattoo. I see the 4, Frank's Reload. and the 6 Livery Man. I think they're the prominent speed of the race, so they go battle it out on the front end. Terra Tattoo doesn't sit that far away. Carl's horses are running lights out. Unfortunately, a lot of them are second best, but he's going to be graduating with a lot of those, so the wins are going to come in handfuls in the next week or so. And Terra Tattoo fits the bill of a lot of the other ones that he has brought from Woodbine. They didn't race at the bottom the whole time. They were up in the lower mid ranks and being competitive there. And that's what I like. I think this one has all the class. So I'm putting it on top. I took number 6 Livery Man. Same reason as Stretch. They haven't wavered at the end of the year. Obviously, the horse ran a big race, got a little tired late down the lane, but they got to keep the horse and started off at this level. And that's going to be absolutely huge. Ryan DeJarlis had a horse the other day. I'm a Star. Went right to the front end, caught in the final stride. So if Livery Man can get the lead all alone, it'll be really tough, but I think Frank's going to battle with him. And I like number 8, Great Realization, to round it off. This horse had a good second place finish 2 outs ago, and even down in the wins on Remington Park. Remington Park horses do very well here. Yeah, it filtered over to Fawner. Some of them just don't like the track there. So coming here, any of those races, Will Rogers or Remington, this will move the horse up. Could be a great bomber. I'm taking 1, 6, and 8. Now we're on to race number 7, a $5,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up, 5.5 furlong stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, it's a good race to finish it off. We've got the 5,500, that new level that we've started. This is about the second or third time so far.
Well, it's the $5,000 level
for
with
sure.
an extra 500.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a different, I'm so used to the 5. So anyway,
there you go.
That's all. So anyway, I'm going to the 4 as my top selection. Makes the drop to a nice, a bit of an easier spot from those 7,500 against a very tough horse last time. I just thought it lost to just a better horse for that level. That horse went gate to wire on this kind of the speed favoring track. This is why it's good to make notes of what tracks are kind of fair or the various biases. So just this horse ran, the 4 ran wide throughout, was closing, wasn't going to beat Fresh One, but remember that not many were closing that day. So I think same trip. I think there is a bit more speed to run at. Should be a battle up front. And like I said, same trip, basically. Runs the same race right to the winner's circle. And I'm going to go to a Price as my second selection. Kurt's got it in there too. Yes, the horse is moving up from a higher level from last time from Fawner. But look back at the farther races down there, was running at a higher level. I think Jerry's found the spotter is going to take a shot at this one. Morning line 10-1, should get a stalking trip. He had a 9 or a 10-1 finish it off on Wednesday, I believe, that was looking very similar to this. So why not again? And then let's go to the last one. The 6 horse is making the big drop. Was very competitive last year for 7,500. Last time was just too competitive. Needs to make the drop. Was good until went to the stake races, and so now is basically in the right spot. Morning line 8-1. Certainly in the mix as well, but 4 is my top pick, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I agree with you that the 4 is the one to beat in here. I took a shot on number 3, Diddley. A couple really good races last year. The first one for 75 with the winter racing under the belt, and the last one for 5,000 ran lights out against Dazzling Mischief, who was running well at the first level allowance, 7,500, then took the dip to 5,000 in the end. This horse has good tactical speed in a race where there isn't a ton of speed in here. Club Champ has a little bit. Little Toe has a little bit. Alphabetical a little bit. So Diddley might be able to go out there and control things. And if that is the case, you get pretty good odds, both 5-1. Lucky Break, running lights out. Speed comes back. This stalker will run past them. And if it backs up good, will draw off, I think, to win by many. And I like Little Toe to round it off. Here's a horse. Ran really well last year. Was in the money 7 out of 9 times. Only 2 for 7 this year. But definitely coming out of that Gorno barn that's heating up. Has to have respect. I'm 3, 4, and 5. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. And we'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, just the lone overweight on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover is over $100,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, will run on lay 6. That's in race number 4. Number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, will run on lay 6. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. That's race 6, the other scratch. In race number 5, scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, scratch number 2, Arrogance. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, Arrogance. Now turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, there are no changes. Another absolutely gorgeous evening here in Winnipeg for racing. Currently under sunny skies. Look at that stretch.
It is sunny, so it's all about me.
Oh yeah,
you're in the back.
Sun.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of rotating around you.
You do have all the money.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
I like that. Under mainly sunny skies and temperature 29 degrees Celsius or 84 degrees Fahrenheit, and a light wind out of the northwest at 16 kilometers an hour or 10 miles an hour, and the track is listed as fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing, and we're going to kick it off right here. Race number 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes. Welcome to Assiniboia Nouns. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to watch me call a race. You also get to visit the paddock and a chance to watch a race from the winner's circle and get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. Also be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or on posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off our week of racing with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. We're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. What a great race to start off with.
It is, absolutely. And I'm a little surprised on the betting where all the money is right now. But let's start. Yes, Julie's always on the ball. She didn't quit after we confused her many times last week. So welcome back, Julie. Yes, I'm on the 5 Trumpum. 7 to 5 is a little bit of a low price to start, but we'll see how it goes.
Is.
Dueled with Big Nick. We've talked about multiple times on the ASD show earlier how the horse ran the big stake race and won that. I think this horse can get the lead if he wants the lead. He's very versatile, going to the lead or just off. If he goes to the lead with that kind of speed, he will be loose on the lead and just kind of keep going. Second off a layoff. That's a nice sign. He won his second off the layoff last year. Why not again?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Trumpum could be the predominant speed of the race also. Also, take a look at number 3, Golden Eyed. Going into the last race, last year, the horse started 7 times, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. And the lone bad race, you see, checked into the first turn, tough trip. And me and Stretch absolutely love this horse next time out. He ended up getting it done. He looks awesome in there. And Gary's having a very good start to the meet. Has 3 wins out of 8 starts with a couple seconds. And Golden Knight has a really nice running style who sits just off of it and tries to pounce on him. I think this drop in class from the second to the first level allowance is what was needed. I'm looking for a big effort today. And 3 to 1. I guess that's why.
For sure. And then the horse that I thought was going to be the favorite that deserves to be right around there, and that's the 2, makes the drop from a tough allowance field. Should sit right there, probably sit stock in third-ish around there, try to make a run. There's a lot of talent in this race. He hasn't won at the distance, was why I have the horse in third, but certainly can be in the mix.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 1, Roland Sevens. Murray Duncan off to a hot start as per usual and winning 2 out of the first 4 that he entered. And both of them were stakes winners, Chicago's Gray and Big Nick. Roland Sevens, first time out last year, never made the front end at Century Mile. Off a 2-year layoff, the comeback race, hit the front end and fooled everybody at almost 40 to 1 on the board. This horse could be offering some speed to the race, and you get one of the top jocks in Jorge Crania.
Oh, absolutely! They got that horse bet at the right price. Let's go to the 6. Is the long shot of the field right now. Gold Special came out of the Stay Happy race, where a couple of them 3 of them have come out of. It did lose to the other ones, but I guess it beat
Golden Knight.
They were in photo
a
for.
lip.
Yeah. Again, if you like the 3, you might want to consider the 6 a little bit. One's 3 to 1. The other one's 13 to 1. This horse was running the top 3-year-olds last year and kind of in the mix. Has won at the distance. Needed the start. Could come back and run that much better.
Yeah, and the last one to look at, number 4, Gray Admiral, sent out by Rick Wise. Has been working steady and well for the debut. A couple nice 5 furlong works in mid to late May, 102 and change. But then most recently, 48 and 2. Looks like this horse might want to go a little bit farther, but was bet down going short this 5.5 furlongs at Century Mile last year. This is going to be a horse that's going to try and rally from off of it. So let's go to our bets here, Stretch, in race number 1. What do you have?
Okay, well, I've got to catch up to you a little bit. Your 2 win bets on Wednesday both came in. Very nice selections. I'm going to just start small, 20 win 5.
And myself, I'm going to go after the early daily double. I'm going to go 3-5 in here with 1-4 in race number 2, a $5 wheel, $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Rollin' Sevens, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, trained by Murray Duncan with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is the Boss Factor, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Grey Admiral, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Trumpum, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Gold Special, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Holds time for race number 1, 5 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The allowance, boys kicking off the 3-day week on the Monday today, going 5.5 furlongs. I've landed on, which surprisingly is the favorite right now, Trumpum. Horse has speed, dueled with a top-notch horse last time out. Certainly could get the front end and duel and keep going, but I don't think he has anybody else to duel with. So kind of gate to wire. If somebody else goes, he can sit just off. Others to include. The 3 horse at 3-1 is better than his last race. He's going to improve. And the favorite that's getting some fair value is the 2 at 7-2. He raced also tougher, could be in the mix. 5-3-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you that this is a tougher race than it looks on the board. Yes, I have Trumpum as my top pick. He's a 5.5 furlong specialist, showed great speed, but this horse can also come off the pace if it doesn't get out of the gate, which does happen time to time. But after that last one, got to be respected. Also like Golden Eyed if he runs his race. Right now, 2-1. Still another one that's a little short on the odds board. And the Boss Factor off Lasix today. Has some really good stalking efforts from Turfway. So he and Stretch are the same in the first. 5-3-2. Good luck here in race 1.
It's post time.
Rolling sevens. The first to take its position in the starting gate. The Boss Factor next to go in. Golden Eyed walks up and in. Gray Admiral will be next. Two left to load. Current favorite at 7-5, Trumpum. Now just waiting on Gold Special to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the far outside, Trump'em breaks well and goes out to capture the early lead. Rolling Sevens, putting on the pressure on the inside, settle back in third. That's Golden Eyed with Gray Admiral on his outside. Tucked on the rail, the Boss Factor and Gold Special. Gonna spot him 6 lengths early. But it's all Trump'em early on through an opening quarter in 23-1 with the lead by a length and a half. In an all-out drive from second, Gray Admiral. Back to third, Golden Eye, the Boss Factor. Sitting on the rail, that's going to be Rolling Sevens and still the trailer Gold Special. They hit the head of the lane and Trump'em now asserts his speed and has the lead by 4. Not giving up, Gray Admiral on the outside, but running out of ground inside the 16th pole. Trump'em is gonna take it. Second best to Gray Admiral, third the Boss Factor, and fourth Golden Eyed. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Trump'em, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Gray Admiral. Third to number 2, the Boss Factor. And fourth to number 3, Golden Eyed. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-2. 5 furlongs, 58-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Trump'em. Trump'em is a dark bear brown gelding, 6 years old, by comic strip. Out of the mare Fanny Chanel by Popular. Owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Well, Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services on the main level or at the VLT's cashier's cage on the second level. The weekly draw takes place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, and also at the Manitoba Lung Association. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance non-2 lifer for the boys. 3 and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Well stretched, we've seen the same thing. Not a lot of speed. Antonio Whitehall on a tear. He nursed Trumpum every step of the way.
Yeah, there was a bit of pressure early, but you could just see that the 1 was kind of being used, and Antonio on the 5 was just kind of sitting pretty. Wasn't really bothering. He wasn't going to try to go any faster, and then kind of made a bit of an open-up move on the turn, which I like to see with the speed horses, and then kind of hung on. First start of the meet for the 4, ran a really nice race, so make note of that one for going a little bit longer. So
yeah, I can't wait till that horse goes 7 furlongs or farther. Even sprinting, though. That was a great race. 6 furlongs. Would have probably caught Trumpum or else made it really close.
For sure.
So, encouraging things out of the Rick Wise barn. Okay, on to race number 2, Stretch. What do you got?
Okay, just have to make a comment. If you're watching the screen and you think your eyes are getting better, they're actually not. The graphics have just been improved, and very nice work on the production crew, and Mitch kind of headed the changes, so great to see. I thought my eyes were getting better, but no, it's just better graphics, and they are sharp. Here we go.
Absolute great job.
Yes, let's start with the 5, Private Frank. Taking a bit of a chance. I didn't think 9 to 5 was going to be the price. It was impressive the first start this year. Not so impressive the first start last year. Clearly figured it out turning 3. We know 3-year-old versus 4-year-olds favor the 4-year-olds. I just went with the 5 because I was so impressed, and I think there's more in the tank that this horse can improve from. And the figures are very similar to the 3. They actually raced on the same day, and you can see the comparison at the same time. Just a matter of who used less. But I just think he can improve that much more.
Yeah, he was bent in half early on. He was not used whatsoever in doing those fractions. Kind of like the 3-horse Jafafa. So I think they're going to do some battling, and that's why I went to the 1. Barely Regal, 5 lifetime starts, 1 win, and 4 second-place finishes. First time out as a 2-year-old, lost to the undefeated Banking on Betty, and then a couple of defeats to better make that 2, who started off the campaign with 3 straight wins. And then last time out, ran against Crown Royal, who is very well meant in that non-2 lifer, but I like the way the horse ran off the pace. If you look at this race, everybody has found the front end in some of their starts, but I like the way they started the campaign coming off of it. I think they're going to stick with that. The horse gets the rail, gets to watch the early action.
Yeah, if that's the case, you've got to move that horse up for sure. Did run a big race, especially a change of running style. I'll talk about the 3 as my second selection. You've got the horse there. Surprised me running that big of a race last time. The light might have went on when he went from 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds, and now decided to become a racehorse, because before showed some speed, but didn't really ever want to win, and that was my concern when he ran the first race. And so if they figured it out, watch out, and could just put the speed away of all the other ones, and a repeat effort. It's just a matter of who's repeating their effort, 3 or 5, and if they both regress, then it comes wide open basically for year 1.
Yeah, they showed little indications of Jafafa getting better with those 2 5/8 in 101 and 4 and 101 and 3. Another horse I like in here, number 4, One Sky. This horse was used up on the front end, battled out every step of the way, and then just tired a little bit. Lost the photo to the 1, Barely Regal. But last year, this horse had a couple off-the-pace efforts. First lifetime start, horse broke terrible, but came flying down the lane to run 3rd, beaten by 2 horses who came back to win, then went to the front. That race against Wit and Whiskey was sitting absolutely perfect, but didn't have that late kick. Here's another one that I think is improving. And with the way it ran last time out, I think it's going to be off the pace today, which would make it way more effective, and you'll get rewarded with 12 to 1.
Oh, absolutely. So I'll talk about the 2. There's some upside. Ran against
lots of upside.
Saxon Saga, who ran 2nd in the 3-year-old stake race already. So that's not, you can't be disappointed there. again, it's a matter of who wants to go to the lead or who can go to the lead. So you're thinking the one's going to sit off, but that's not for sure. He broke slowly a little bit, crowded, and then
if he breaks on top, then they just go with it.
Correct, and then it sets it up for somebody else. I'm really looking forward to the race. I think it's a wide open, solid allowance on two for sure.
Well, what's interesting about the 2-horse Well Played was only a length out of second money. If I Love My Life or Adjournment was in this race today, I think they would be very well respected around even money.
That's a good point. Absolutely, completely agree.
It looks bad, 4th beaten 6, but the winner wins by 5 1/4. Do not throw this horse out. Sven Balrup takes over today, and he's been riding up a storm. Also, take a look at number 6, Lucky Chucky. Got the 1 win last year, and it was an easy win in the Sifton. A great ride in there that day. This horse was undefeated as a 2-year-old, winning the Sales Stake and the Buffalo with the greatest of ease. Has some really sharp workouts coming in. 48-2 back-to-back on May the 11th and May 20th. Then a nice easy 5 furlongs in 103. Not an easy race for Lucky Chucky, but Shelley Brown, she's firing winners, and you get the top jock in Antonio Whitehall.
A wide open race for sure.
Great race in here. Let's go to our wagers stretch. Start it off with you.
Okay, I've got an interesting one today. A $10 exact wheel, 3 and 5 with the 1 because because one of them is going to jump up and keep going. And the one, and then the one will sit in the weeds and kind of close late. 3-5 with 1.
Okay, if I thought this horse or the track was really speed favoring, then Trumpum should have won by 5.
Okay.
So Grey Admiral was able to eat into it. So I went with the 1, Barely Regal. I'm going 10 win, 20 to place. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back in race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Barely Regal, owned by Cam Ziprick, Charles Fouillard, Steve Fouillard, and Julian Fouillard, and Mark Stainer, trained by Devin Giddens with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Well Played, owned by Anderson Livestock Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Balrup. Number 3 is Jaffafa, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is One Sky, owned by Sybil Palmer, trained by Calvin Britton with Demario Bino. The 5 is Private Frank, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 6, Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Ant Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Close time for race number 2 in 4 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, as it is race number 2, we have our HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse. That is number 5, Private Frank. That's number 5, Private Frank, the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got a solid bunch of 3- and 4-year-old horses going 5.5 furlongs. Really looking forward to this one. I've landed on the 5 as the top selection, as is the public. They saw the same thing I did of how impressive that race was. We'll see if this horse needs the lead or not, or is just much the best last time. If it can sit just off, take over, watch out. If has to battle, that could be the problem, and it could set up for the other ones. The 3 had the big effort. If that effort's repeated, that puts him into the winner's circle. The closer was the 1, an absolute bomber. Might wake up at 16-1 as the 2, but I'll give you 5, 3, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I see the 2 favorites banging it out on the front end. Both of them very impressive openers for the season. Number 1, Barely Regal. This horse comes and tries every single time, and I think is going to get a perfect stalking trip behind those horses. Had a rough start last time out, but I expect it to improve. I also like number 4, One Sky, to go along with them. This horse ran on the front end last time. I think it'll be sitting right in behind, trying to pounce, so you're getting big value at 8-1, and round it out with the 3, Jafafa. I'll give you 1, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report, and this is second race. Scratch number 1, Barely Regal. Once again, a late scratch to report, and this is second race. Scratch number 1, Barely Regal. If you wagered on number 1, Barely Regal, there will be a complete refund. If you are alive in the early daily double, there will be a consolation payout for those of you who have used number 1, Barely Regal in your pick threes. The favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in race 2. Scratch the 1, Barely Regal. It's post time. The front gates are open for number 6, Lucky Chucky, who is the first to load now that he is in. Jockey Antonio Whitehall will climb back aboard. Next up, Well Played. Jaffafa's turn. Just 2 left to load. 1 Sky. Now just waiting on the 3-2 favorite. That's Private Frank. And the field will be set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, 1 Sky breaks on top. On the inside, Jaffafa. 3 wide, Lucky Chucky. Making it a pace. Pretty honest here. Settled back on the rail is Well Played. And Private Frank is now the early trailer. But only 3 off the lead. Jaffafa sent out and has the lead through a fairly quick opening quarter. In 22-2, in between horses, 1 Sky, Private Frank boldly looms on the outside. Lucky Chucky still in the fray and back to Well Played. They hit the head of the lane. Jaffafa has the lead. Private Frank looks him in the eye, and these two now open up 4 lengths to a 45 4/2. These two battling it out. Private Frank on the outside. Jaffafa on the inside, and it's going to be Private Frank. Jaffafa second best. Third's going to go to Lucky Chucky, and 4th to Well Played. The stewards opposed to number 5, Private Frank, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Jafafa. Third to number 6, Lucky Chucky. And fourth to number 2, Well Played. They went the opening quarter 22-2, the half 45-4, 5/8, 58-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 5, Private Frank. Private Frank is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare In Spite of Success by Spies Town. Owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Ali. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-1. Number 5, Private Frank, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owners, Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4. Number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, will run on lay 6. Turning your programs to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. Turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 2, Arrogance. And there's no changes in race number 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the carryover over $100,000. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Well, this is also the first leg on the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up in race number 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win that whole jackpot, which should be at about $125,000. And when there is more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, a quick look back at race number 2. Jafafa, Private Frank, big debuts. And wow, what a matchup this time, and seeing Private Frank rally from last.
Yes, the
only a few off of it.
A few off it, but still made a nice move wide. It lived up to its billing. It was I was looking forward to it, and we got an excellent horse race down the stretch. And you just saw how big that Private Frank was. So I know he says he's 3, which he obviously is, but he's growing, and he's probably going to grow a little bit more. So watch out. We'll see where he ends up, maybe on the Derby trail.
Well, the Manitoba races, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. On to race number 3, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay. I've decided to use the speed in this race. I was just impressed with how this horse ran first out, battled every step of the way, put all the speed away, and lost to the horse that came up the rail to beat him. Tried to open up and then just kind of got a little bit tired. I know there's going to be other pace. I just think this horse is a game filly that can battle and then try to open it up and hang on. So I know I've got to hold off your selection, but I just like that race. I liked her race better than the 2's race, and that's why I ended up 3 as my top selection.
And you know what? I agree with that, but she duked it out with the 6 and 7 who are back in here, and now you got to add the 5, someone else. So more than half the field is speed, and the 2 Kim's Texas Bling does not have that speed. But Jerry Gorno, he's starting to rev it up and get on fire. And you know what happens then? He does win in bunches. This horse ran okay last time out, but Praven Badri only had been on this horse previously once. Gets to know a little bit more about the horse. And that's huge when jockeys get a couple of tries. They know when to move the horse, what they have underneath them. And I think Praven Badri is just going to be in an absolutely perfect position behind 4 of them, banging it out. So I think he's going to get a dream trip. And if I can get anywhere near 9-2, that's going to be huge value, but probably closer to 2-1.
Yeah, I think that's about what the price is going to be. I know this 2 horse is going to get a trip, but can't get too far back. There is if somebody gets loose, we'll go from there. I'll take the 1 as the horse off the layoff. We have the same 3 horses. This horse is the other closer. I think that's probably why you took this horse as well. If you've got 5 speed horses, take a look at the closers. I'm going to say maybe the horse might need 1, but still can pick up the pieces, especially if it's an all-out duel and the 3 backs up, then it comes 2-1.
Yeah, the 4 is tough enough to start. Here's a horse that does show speed, but this horse is plain and simply better when they go around 2 turns. Last year, 4 seconds in 10 starts. Got caught late in a lot of those. Ran some okay races at the 25 non-winners of the year, but I think this is a tough 5 non-4 lifer, and I think this horse just needs more ground.
Okay, yep, that's fair. The 5 is surprisingly lower than I expected at 3-1. Came from Woodbine and ran a nice race. It was just the best is moving up, but there are some races that show the horse can stalk a little bit, so maybe that's the way that horse can win it.
The 6 Secret Avenger has one way of running to the front, Catch Me If You Can, with Lipstick Lady on the inside and someone else, and Canterbury Gold on the outside. Secret Avenger will not get the trip that he needs to win this race, so it's up against him. That's why 25-1.
Yeah, and the same, basically the same kind of thing, showing speed. You always give a horse 1 over the track, and it did. Ran a nice race, but just couldn't beat the other 2. Same kind of thing, going to be wide, but we'll need to improve a little bit.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3. Pick 5 time stretch. Start us off.
All right, just a small pick 5. I'm taking a shot on a few. 2 and 3 in this race, and then 2, 3, 4 in the 4th. All but 1.
Oh.
With 1, 4, 6.
Let that one out.
With 4, 5 in the last with the price. I've got a couple prices in there, and I said the 2 on the ASD Live was my place bet of the day, so I didn't want to be left out and just play the pick 5, so another $40, place 2.
And myself, I think I can get it. Just taking 2 horses a leg, so I'm betting a $1 ticket. I'm taking 2-3 in this leg, then 3-4, then 3-6, 1-6 in race 6, and round it out with the 3 and 4 in race 7. That $1 ticket, $32. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is Touch of Love, owned by Crystal Ship Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Kim's Texas Bling, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Lipstick Lady, owned by Bernie Green, David Galloway, Jerry Gowdy, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4, that's Tough Enough to Start, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. The 5 is Someone Else, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 6 is Secret Avenger, owned by Kenneth Gardapi, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sven Balrup. Rounding out the field is number 7, Canterbury Gold, owned by Scott Horst, trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this time the girls going 5.5 furlongs for fillies and mares that have not won 4 races lifetime. There is gonna be lots of speed up early. Lots of horses like to be on the lead. I'm still gonna take the speed horse that I think can put away all the speed and hold off the closer. That's the 3. Getting up to $5 to win on a price, that's a little low, but I think it's gonna get a little bit higher. You've got to use that one. The 2 closers in the race are the 2 and the 1. They'll be sitting it farther back and try to make a late run. A longer shot at 6-1 is the 1. So let's go 3, 2, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, with all the speed that is in here with the 3, 5, 6, and 7, I had to go to a closer, and I went to number 2, Kim's Texas Bling. Jerry Gorno starting to light it up. The horse ran an even race last time out, but couldn't catch up in the end. I expect a better trip today with the extra speed, and I'm loving 4-1. I do like Lipstick Lady, the 3. Rick Wise ran first and second in race number 1, and Touch of Love Here's another closer. So I'm 2, 3, and 1. Good luck here in race 3.
It's post time.
Touch of Love. She's the first one into the starting gate. Kim's Texas Bling now goes in. Next up, the 9-5 favorite. That's Lipstick Lady. Tough Enough to Start from the middle is in. Someone else walks up and in. 2 left to load. Touch of Love, fractious in the starting gate. Touch of Love being backed out will receive a veterinary inspection. Very slight delay into the running of race 3. The horses are being backed out of the starting gate. Post time for race 3 in approximately 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this third race. Scratch number 1, Touch of Love. Once again, a late scratch to report in this third race. Scratch number 1, Touch of Love. If you did wager on number 1, Touch of Love, there will be a complete refund. If you use number 1, Touch of Love, in your rolling pick 3s or in your pick 5, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch once again in race 3, the 1, Touch of Love. Tim's Texas Bling going back into the starting gate. The 6-5 favorite, Lipstick Lady. She's now in. Tough Enough to Start is next. Someone else walks right in. 2 left to load. Secret Avenger. Now just waiting on Canterbury Gold to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Braking a little slow was Tough Enough to Start. And someone else. On the far outside, Canterbury Gold shows good speed with Kim's Texas Bling. Also up close early. Settled back in third, Lipstick Lady with Secret Avenger. To the outside, moving up someone else. And the early trailer, Tough Enough to Start. Both 3 lengths off the lead. Kim's Texas Bling on the inside, in between horses. That's Canterbury Gold, Secret Avenger. 3 wide, 4 wide. Someone else trying to get into it. And Lipstick Lady looking for a seam. Tough Enough to Start the trailer. The opening quarter, 23-1. They hit the head of the lane. 4 across the track. Kim's Texas Bling has the lead by 3/4 of a length. In between horses, Secret Avenger. Lipstick Lady is gonna try and get her, but it's inside the 16th. Kim's Texas Bling. She's gonna win it. Lipstick Lady second best. Third's gonna go to Secret Avenger, and 4th to Canterbury Gold. The stewards opposed to number 2, Kim's Texas Bling. As your race winner, second goes to number 3, Lipstick Lady. Third to number 6, Secret Avenger. And fourth, number 7, Canterbury Gold. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds. The half 47-1. 5 furlongs, a minute even. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 2, Kim's Texas Bling. Kim's Texas Bling is a dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Texas Bling. Out of the mare, I'ma Be a Wildcat by De Wildcat. Owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Garno, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, will run on lay 6. Once again in this, the 4th race, number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, will run on lay 6. Carrying on to race number 5, scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. Now on to race number 6, scratch number 2, Arrogance. No changes in race number 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Nadia Wilson. That's Nadia Wilson. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Well, besides the excitement of racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Canada Day Fireworks and Festival, featuring food trucks, artisans, vendors, kids' activities, live music, and of course, a spectacular fireworks display by Campfire Pyrotechnics. Tickets are $10 with 5 and under free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with the $5,000 claimer. The fillies, mares 3 and up that are maidens. We're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Well stretched, Kim's Texas Bling rallying from off the pace. Not today. Got a good break out of the gate, kept position. Good ride by Praven Badri.
Yeah, you made the call off camera about the horse broke so sharp. It would have been a tough decision with him to, do you want to pull out of the nice spot that you're in or kind of keep going? And they were going pretty good fractions, like you called it. It's just ended up the right trip and won it. And then the 3 ran a nice second coming off the pace. I think watch out for next time. I think that's going to help Lipstick Lady to be that much better next time, because if she breaks a little bit better, now she's got that kind of closing kick, change in form. So mark that one down for next time.
Totally agree with you. On to race number 4, Stretch. We got the same top 2.
We do. We see it the same way. We think that there's a battle up front, and so who's the closer? And that's the 3. This horse first start over the track, so that's always a good sign. You kind of expect improvement. They're going half a furlong farther, so that's another good thing for this horse. It's going to be a stalker, doesn't have the speed anywhere close to the 1 and the 4. So we know what we're getting there. Should be stalking. It should be probably sitting in 3rd or 4th and somewhere around there and watching the battle up front. 5-1 is a great price, I think. I didn't think we'd get that high, but we'll find out and see how it goes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And did run against the boys last time out. Now gets a comeback against the girls. Another horse I like in here, as you do, number 4, Celebration Dance. Went against straight 3-year-olds in the maiden allowance and battled it out and was right there till very late down the lane, and then ended up backing out of it. Has speed, but so does the 1, always the little one. Celebration Dance is the first time it's going to jump up and take older on here at Assiniboia Downs. It did do that at Tampa, but they added the blinkers last out, and maybe that was the key why the horse ran so well. Big drop from maiden allowance, currently 2-1, and it deserves to be all of that.
Yeah, you made a really good point on the show before about how they're not riding just straight 3-year-olds. And Shelley probably thinks this horse can't beat
some of the older ones.
Older ones, and the maiden, especially, it's a pretty good field right now. So it's the right move. My figures say the same thing, that kind of needs to drop. As you mentioned in the past years about the higher level, speed keeps going a little bit farther. And so that might be the difference. I'll go to my 3rd selection, and that's the 2. Same reason as the 4 in the sense of maiden special weight dropper. This horse has no form, and everybody's saying, wow, how could you take this one, Stretch? Well, it's simple. They shipped the horse all the way here, put him in maiden special weight. Sure, just showed a bit of speed and then backed out, but now drops to the bottom right where this horse should be. And if you get that duel, maybe this one picks up the pieces at only 5-1. I could be higher.
Well, it was on the turf, too.
That's true, too.
The horse doesn't like the turf. Then you just got to throw that race out, but the horse definitely looks like it might have a little bit of gas, as it was 4 lengths off a 21-4 first quarter. Number 1, always the little one. 2 big races last year, caught in the final strides in both of them. Came back this year, hit a tough Frank's reload, and Love Ours had the winter racing under the belt, and that was against the boys. Sat a little back, challenged, and then faded in the end. I think always the little one will be a little bit better against her own kind here, the girls.
Absolutely. You're going to tell us about the first-time starter.
Yeah, the 7 Bits of Lemon Drop, the dad to classify, 3 wins, $260K in earnings, most of them going 6 and 7 furlongs. The mom had 3 wins from 6 furlongs to a mile, $52K in earnings. She wasn't a bad little sprinter, and this is a first foal, so no siblings to go by.
Okay. And let's go to the other angle, that another dropper is a special weight on the 5, drops down, same kind of angle, getting a little more play, so might have to respect that one a bit.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, start us off.
Yes.
As usual.
Pick 4 time. I'm going to go with 2 again. Hopefully, as fortunate as same as last Monday. I've got a key in the main key. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 with 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 in the 5th. With 1, 4, 6, 7 in the 6th. Keying the 4 is, I think it's a solid play. Then a smaller ticket taking with the long shot. 3, 4 with 2, 3, 4 with 1, 6 only. And then 4 and 5. The 5 is a 10 to 1 shot.
Wow, you must have a sugar mama at home with all these big bankroll bets. Myself, I'm a little bit cheaper here. I'm taking 1, 3, 4, then 3, 6, and 7 in race 5. Race 6, the 1 and 6. Rounding it out with 3 and 4 in the last, $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Always the Little One, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Peyton Kennedy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is First Rate Romance, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Tim Tarasenko. Number 4 is Celebration Dance, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Black Sox Stables, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, that's Tale of a Treatise, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Can't Catch Me, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Giddens with Dwight Lewis. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They'll go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 5.5 maidens, horses that have not won a race lifetime. There is the big favorite, but I'm going to try to beat her. Let's start with the 3 horse. I think you're going to get a nice trip. Getting great value for sure. We'll be sitting in 3rd or 4th, maybe even 5th, and try to make it a run late. Should be fast early. The 4 is dropping in class, dropping to much easier. That's going to be a big advantage. May just be good enough to put the speed away. Hang on. I'll give you a bit of a long shot at 13 to 1 that maybe if you're a show better or a long shot better, that's the 2. Also making a drop, Invader from Lone Star. Let's go 3, 4, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, First Rate Romance. I see the 1 and 4 banging it out on the front end. So First Rate Romance made a good close last time out, gets an extra half a furlong. I like the 4 second best, dropping from maiden allowance straight 3-year-olds. But that was a really tough race. And the one, Always the Little One, ran big against the boys last out, back against the girls. She's got a good shot on the rail. 3, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Always the Little One, first into the starting gate. Peyton Kennedy also is in. Next up, First Rate Romance. Celebration Dance, the even money favorite, moves in from the middle. Tale of a Treatise, she moves up. 2 left to load. Can't Catch Me. Always the Little One, fractious in the starting gate. And now just waiting on Bits of Lemon Drop to the outside. She's now in. They're at the post. Always a little one, fractious again in the gate, as is First Rate Romance. They're settled. And they're off. From the inside, always the little one, quickly goes out to get the early lead. Peyton Kennedy showing some speed on the outside. Celebration Dance had a little bit of a poor beginning and now moves up into second, settled back in fourth. That's Tale of a Treatise with First Rate Romance. Another length back to Can't Catch Me, and Bits of Lemon Drop, the first timer, is the early trailer. 22-3, the opening quarter. Always the little one with the lead by a length. Celebration Dance is putting on the pressure in second, rallying from third. Tale of a Treatise on the far outside. They hit the head of the lane, and it's always a little one making every pole a winning one. Tale of a Treatise showing good late run, but they're hitting the 16th pole, and always the little one. She's going to take a gate to wire. Tale of a Treatise second best. Third goes to Celebration Dance, and fourth to Bits of Lemon Drop. The Stewards are posted number one, always the little one, as your race winner. Number 5, Tale of a Treatise, was second. Third goes to number 4, Celebration Dance. And fourth to number 7, Bits of Lemon Drop. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 47 seconds, 5/8 a minute and 1/5. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 4, that's number 1, Always the Little One. Always the Little One is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by Governor Charlie, out of the Mare Unbridled Meeting by Red Bullet. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Elise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-1. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. Kicking off a late pick 3 here in race number 5. Just a reminder that if you're new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account sign-ups receive a free $30 deposit into their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. Scan the QR code on the front of your program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Trip. Let's take a look back at race number 4. Well, that speed duel I thought would emerge stretch didn't, as Celebration Dance got out a little bit slow, and Jorge Carreño on the front end alone. You're not going to beat.
No, you're not, and that was the key to that race. Mark that horse down. You might get a bit better price next time simply because it finished third. Bro, I like horses that break slowly and then rush up. So we did see something. I think that horse is a kind of almost a need the lead type, but
yeah,
same level next time. Watch out.
But again, he tried for the lead, and I guess we guessed right that the drop was needed instead of staying at the main allowance. Okay, on to race number 5, Stretch. Another great betting race.
It is a great betting race. Thanks to everybody jumping in on the pick 4, over 97,000. And Kirt, we're both still going. So,
wow.
So we're part of that remaining tickets on a very tough race. I took 5 horses in here, so I'm very confident in this leg. Let's start on the 2. Julie's already ready to go. E2 Babu ran a nice race. I always get impressed with horses that run even better than expected. I thought the race was too short for him last time. Sat in a nice spot, made a nice move, got out. Yes, did get some help up front. But just how the horse did that, if the distance wasn't right, still won. Now gets closer to the right distance that he likes. I think potentially can get in a good stalking position. This horse has been in the money at ASD, well, 6 of 9 times, a few too many thirds, but maybe this year has just kind of improved and figured it out with that start here.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 3, Gone Somewhere, comes out of that tough allowance race where we keep talking about Big Nick, came back to win the Rockin' USA Prep Stake race, and we seen Trumpum, who duked it out with Big Nick in the first race, come back to win on the drop, and Gone Somewhere ran lights out. Yes, it was almost 40-1 on the board. The horse was close and ended up getting beat by 6 3/4. That was a length behind Mr. McLean. We've yet to see him come back and run. But if you look down, this horse ran a big race on the front end. That was in an on-3 lifer at Arizona Downs. Battled and ended up pulling away as the favorite. I expect this horse to show speed with Neville Stevenson and a nice half-mile work coming in 48 4. I think the screws are tightened. 3-1, I'll take that, but I won't take much less than that.
That's fair, and that's why I have that horse in second. I needed some value. I'm very surprised on who the favorite is in here, but it is very, look at the board. You've got 5 of 6 horses in here, right around the same odds. DC's Kitten is who I went with because I thought potentially maybe this horse is the speed, and we know how tough speed can be going 7 furlongs. They're going to try to get to the lead, and if this one gets the front end, may try to keep going. Take a look at the 2 horses that DC's lost, Magic Tiger and Explosive. Both look just as good coming back last time. Explosive was a speed horse, and so I think you've got to include this one.
Definitely. Take a look at number 7, Side Street Dave is taking money on the board right now at 3-1. Bruce Sanderson has sent 2 horses out, both of them second best in their races. This horse likes going around 2 turns, comes off a mile win in its last start at Turf Paradise. Even the start before, I liked that race as it chased every step of the way, only lost by a length and a quarter. This horse will be forward in the race. If they happen to let it go, it could be long gone. But I think this horse does have a good shot, and that's why it's taking money on the board.
You think he's going to take a side street, get there quicker?
I don't think so, because that would be the perimeter highway.
That would be the perimeter highway. I like the name. I'd like to meet Dave that takes a side street, or how they named that one. Let's go with G's Turn here is another one that is going to has shown a couple running styles. We showed speed back at Fawner going a mile in the 16th, and then showed closing on a few of the other ones. We'll figure out. Needed that first race for sure. Drops to a better spot. Getting 9-2. I think remember the odds are going to be a little lower because of the 1-horse scratch. So don't think, everything's below odds. That's what happens when one of the favorites gets scratched. So
Yeah, this horse ran a couple really big races at Fauner Park. If it could duplicate those, definitely a force. And number 5, Murdo, the longest shot on the board, was a winner in its last race at Fauner, winning the non-2 of the year and got claimed out of there. Didn't really get out of the gate first time out, going the 5 furlong distance, and Big Endeavor, Heavenly Trip, and Lucky Break were just too good that day. But if Murdo can get out, don't expect any speed from this horse. Might be able to sit relatively close coming out of the sprints and going into the 7 furlongs today. But I expect this horse to try and close, I think.
yes, and if you watched my tickets, you might want to bet this horse because this is the one horse I did leave out, the golden rule. So everybody should just walk up and bet the 5 because this is the one I did leave out.
14 to 1 stretch. You're going to be sweating down the lane if it's anywhere close.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you have?
I've got just a small bet here, $5 to win on the 2 and 15 place. I don't know if where he belongs, but I think with that close he could get up.
Yeah, that was a good race by E2 Babu. And myself, I'm going to do a $10 exactor box using 3 Gone Somewhere and number 6 G's Turn. That'll cost 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. Our VIP Fan of the Night purse. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1, Heavenly Trip, was scratched. Number 2 is E2 Babu, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Gone Somewhere, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Cece's Kitten, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr., with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Murdo, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Number 6 is G's Turn, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 7, Side Street Dave, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Anderson, with Sven Balrub. Our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Here in race number 5, they go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. 6 boys going 7 furlongs, which is past the wire twice here at ASD. So be ready for that. That's what makes it tricky. I think this is a tough race to figure out. But I'll start with the price horse at the 2 horse at 9-2. Won nicely on the first start. Is moving up in class. But if you look lower down, when it was at Century Mile, higher class there. I think that one's going to be closing late. Others to consider is the 3. Tough race last time. Workout coming in, that makes it interesting. And another one who happens to be the favorite, which I don't think should be, but certainly can be there, and that's the 4. If it goes to the lead and nobody presses him, could go gate to wire. 2, 3, 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I settled on the 3 horse. Gone Somewhere. This horse comes out of a real key race where we already seen a horse today trump him in the first, come back to win. I think this horse will show speed, get good positioning, big chance. Also like the 6G's turn. I think this horse will be sitting in the first 4 horses on the outside and will love the distance. And the 7 Side Street Dave taking a lot of money. Tactical speed that could clear them all. I'm giving you 3, 6, and 7. Good luck here in race 5.
time.
E2 Babu, the first one into the starting gate. Gone somewhere. One of the three co-favorites at 5-2 is in. CC's Kirt and the other co-favorite goes in. Next up, Murdo. Just 2 left to load. G's turn. Now just waiting on the other co-favorite, Side Street Dave. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Side Street Dave shows good early foot, but now CC's Kitten will take over as the early leader. Side Street Dave back to second. Third is gone somewhere. On the outside in for G's turn with E2 Babu on the rail. And your early trailer will be Murdo. CC's Kitten cuts the opening quarter in 24-3. To the outside, that Side Street Dave. And gone somewhere 3 wide. 3 across the track. E2 Babu and G's turn, watching them together, and Murdo is still the trailer. 3 of them banging it out through a half in 48-3 and gone somewhere. Has gone up by 3/4 of a leg. Side Street Dave still battling in between horses. Making a move, E2 Babu stalling on the rail, sees Kitten. But they hit the lane and gone somewhere. Has the lead by 4 and is looking comfortable. Coming up to the 16th pole, it's gone somewhere. Gonna win by 3, E2 Babu. Second best, Side Street Dave is third, and fourth goes to G's turn. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 5. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, gone somewhere. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 2, E2 Babu. Third to number 7, Side Street Dave. And fourth to number 6, G's turn. They went the opening quarter 24-2. The half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 114-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127-3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. Stewart's inquiry into the running race number 5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. That's number 3, Gone Somewhere. Gone Somewhere is a big gelding, 5 years old, by Vronsky. Out of the mare Go Ruby Go by Rubiano. Owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127-3. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 3, 2, 7, and 6 will become official. In the upcoming 6th race, scratch number 2, Arrogance. That's in the upcoming 6th race, scratch number 2, Arrogance. Kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person here at guest services on the main floor or at the VLT cashier's cage on the 2nd level. The weekly draw does take place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, and the Manitoba Lung Association. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the inquiry tape from race number 5. Pay special attention to the 3 Gone Somewhere and jockey Neville Stevenson. He's in the blue, second from the rail. This is the head-on South Tower shot. Let it roll, guys. As you see, he's on the rail coming into the turn. And this is the point that they're looking at, or they did look at. And after reviewing the films, no change was warranted. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Arrogance. Let's take a look back at race number 5, Gone Somewhere. Sits a little back, engages, takes the 3 wide route, and still draws off to win. But E2 Babu did run a game second.
Yeah, the 3 was much the best. Another smart ride by, in this case, it was Neville. That workout coming in was a good sign, and we know how good Big Nick, and it keeps showing. So you might want to.
Yeah, that's 2 out of that race already today.
Correct. Okay, we're still going in the pick 4. There's there's about $4,000 or $5,000 left in the live pool. Here we go.
All right.
Non-2 going 5.5, and we've landed on the same top 2. Even though we have the same top 2, I'm not confident with this one. It is my top selection.
I like this race.
Okay, good, and that's the figures are there. If the horse runs back to the Woodbine races, then this horse should be very tough to beat. The workouts coming in are steady. We'll see if the horse needs one. You're racing against a bunch that have already had a start. One is even won. The 4 horses already won. Gets the right trip. Could be right there.
Oh, yeah, definitely can. Another horse I like, number 6, Livery Man. Gets wavered in at this 5,000. Did the plunge at the end of the year last year, but did break the maiden at the allowance level. And in the non-2 lifer for allowance, was right there running a couple thirds against horses who did get loose and ran away. Livery Man does bring speed to this race. There isn't a ton of it. You see Frank's Reload has some early speed, but outside of that, not a lot. So Livery Man, I think it's going to get a pretty good trip in the top 2.
I agree. That's the same reasons why I have this horse in my second spot. Now remember, big scratch in here. Odds are going to be thrown out the window because they're going to be cut in half, if not even more. But my so-called long shot at poor odds right now, I don't think the horse can win it. But his Runaway Hurricane, the 7, has the works coming in, likes to close. So if there is a bit of a battle, kind of like that last race at the 7 furlongs, didn't look like lots of speed. They went fast, and you had the closers. E2 Babu closed. That's how I think this horse can kind of be in the money, or like I said, 3rd or 4th-ish.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 8, Great Realization, was racing at Will Rogers. Before going to Fawner, we had a couple horses recently come from Will Rogers, and both of them got their pictures taken first time out. This one was route races mostly, had a sprint early on, then went to Fawner, ran second, and then didn't fare so well in the comeback race. But I think this might be a little bit too short for this horse to get the win. I'd like to see 6 furlongs or more, but bring some good races in. Remington Park horses, where this horse previously was, do well here also. I think this horse is live and out of a live barn right now.
Yes, he is on a roll. One thing, the longest shot is kind of a sneaky one. It is coming from Grand Prairie and Lethbridge. Did show speed. That's the 3 horse. He's 21-1. We talked about not a lot of speed. The 4 shows speed, but here's one that showed brief speed and then dropped back, but got the start. That was the first start. Now shows a bit of speed, kind of in the 4 furlong races. We'll see if the horse can last, but at 21-1, sometimes those are worthwhile the shot, for sure.
Yeah, with Frank's Reload in here, it's not going to be easy for Freud's Vision to get away, as this horse did go wire to wire, breaking the maiden. This was a Woodbine Invader that was running decent at Woodbine, and I like how this horse did dig in late down the lane. First-rate Romance, a 3rd-place finisher, came back today. Didn't fare so well in that race, but Frank's Reload definitely did look good going wire to wire. And if he does get loose, he might be able to do it again. Right now, currently the favorite, 2-1. That's a little low.
It is. One thing of note, you see how First-rate Romance struggled a little bit today. So now I downgrade that horse, Frank's, a little bit. Whereas, that other race we talked about, the one horse won, but you upgrade it. So I'm not saying 4 can't win. I've just downgraded on how good that maiden race might be. The last one we've mentioned, got to mention here, is the 5-horse. First start over the track coming from Hastings Park. Ran an even race. So this is one of those long shots that is probably going to improve. Again, maybe not a winner, but certainly can be there. Horses are going to improve after their first start. They needed the break and ready to go. Something to include in your high five. Reminder, high five is in the 6th race today.
Yeah, it's in the 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
If it's not one in here, it gets carried over to the next. And no, it's not a jackpot. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, I'm pulling a bet that you played yesterday or the other day, and the old 1 all bet.
Oh, there we go. 1 all. Not a bad bet in here. Only $42 for that one.
It's actually because of the scratch. It's 30,
it's 30 bucks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, only 30 bucks. And myself, I'm going 40 to place on the one. Nice and simple. On Terra Tattoo. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. The horse are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Terra Tattoo, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, with Sven Balrup. Number 2, Arrogance, was scratched. Number 3 is Freud's Vision, owned and trained by Bill Kinch, with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Frank's Reload, owned by Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins, with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Carolina Gent, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is Liveryman, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 8, Great Realization, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Super high five and late double wagering. Here in race 6, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 5.5. Horses that have not won 2 races lifetime. Always a tricky condition. Let's take the horse coming from Woodbine. Hasn't started this year. Has some steady works. Has the best figures on form on a different surface. Deserves to be the favorite. I'm going to give you a bit of a price horse, and that's the 6. Going off at 5-1. Coming in off a layoff as well. Kind of short, but quick works. Has the back class. It might get the upset. And you want another one to close late? That's the 7. So I will give you 1, 6, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Terra Tattoo. The trainer, Carl Anderson, doing very well so far this year. Only 1 win, but knocking on the door with 5 more, and I expect a big one out of here. With the 1, I do like the 6 livery man. You get jockey Jorge Carreño, can go to the front, come off the pace. And my bomb on the outside, number 8, Great Realization, 8-1. Watch for this one to be flying at him. I'm going to give you 1, 6, and 8. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
The 7-5 favorite, Terra Tattoo, moves up and in the starting gate. Freud's Vision is next. Frank's Reload set to go in. Carolina Gent's turn. Liveryman walks up and in. 2 left to load. Runaway Hurricane. Now just waiting on Great Realization on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. A little bit of a slow break for Carolina Gent. Liveryman shows good speed with Frank's Reload to the inside. Hugging the rail, that's Freud's Vision in third. Terra Tattoo settled back 5 lengths off in fourth. Runaway Hurricane to the outside with Great Realization. And Carolina Gent, after the poor beginning, is the trailer. 22-3 the opening quarter. And it's Liveryman with the lead. Frank's Reload wants a piece of the front and looks some in the eye. Settled back in third. Runaway Hurricane and Terra's Tattoo. They hit the head of the lane. It's Frank's Reload now taking over the lead. Liveryman in between horses. Terra Tattoo has found a seam on the rail. Runaway Hurricane on the far outside of 16th of a mile to go. Frank's Reload digging in. And Frank's Reload is going to take it. Terra Tattoo, second best. Third's going to go to Runaway Hurricane. And fourth, to Great Realization. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Frank's Reload, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Terra Tattoo. Third to number 7, Runaway Hurricane. Fourth to number 8, Great Realization. And fifth to number 6, Liveryman. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 46-4. 5/8, 59-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs. 106-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 4, Frank's Reload. Frank's Reload is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Reload, out of the mare Rush Crush by Accidendra. Owned by Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 5.5 furlongs. 106-3. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Super high five wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6, Stretch. What a great ride by Demario Bino.
It was a great ride because I didn't know if the horse could come off the pace. He recognized that the leader was going a little too fast. Just sat back, let the 6 back up, took over, didn't panic because then they had to hold off the closers. Yeah, full credit on the ride.
Terra Tattoo ran a great race, but needed that little extra and another second for Carl Anderson.
Yes, true.
We'll wait for this horse to come back next time.
Exactly.
Okay, on to race number 7. Stretch, you really like this one.
I do like this one quite a bit. I needed to finish the pick 4. It's not paying a lot, but hopefully we can get another Monday pick 4 home.
You can.
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go. Let's go to the 4 here. Watch the replay. I like this horse last time. Did not disappoint. Figures are there. Just simply lost to a horse that went gate to wire on a speed favoring day. Runs that race again. Should be very tough in here. I think there's enough speed that will help this horse make the close. Should get a similar trip. Hopefully, maybe not as wide, and kind of take over. Same distance. That drop makes a difference too. We've seen that. That's 75 down to 5.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Steve Kepplin Jr., a high percentage trainer here at the Downs, puts him in the right spot, and this one looks like it is. I took a shot at getting him beat with number 3, Diddley. Only started here 4 times, had a win, a second, and a couple of tough defeats in some real tough races. But I think this horse fits really well. It's whether it's ready to go at first asking, has 3 workouts under the belt. But I just love the way this horse ran last year. If he can run back to either of those big efforts, even the losing efforts weren't bad, but the big efforts, this horse will be there in the end.
Yeah, and I like that the horse that you're trying to get as an upset is a different running style than the 5 or the 4, because that's how the 4 can lose if somebody gets away. And so that's a fair selection. I like the 5 as my clear second choice, getting 8 to 1. A bunch to like. Yes, sure, it was in for 25 non-winners, but was at a higher class before. So don't get confused on that. And Fawner has all the different claiming races, trying to find a spot. That was near the end of the meet. They're probably trying to get rid of that horse. You look back at Prairie Meadows a year ago and was running for 5. Does win races. Does run a lot of seconds. So I'm happy that I have this second place. 8 to 1 is fair value. I think you've got to use this horse in the exacta.
Yeah, another horse to take a look at. Number 1, Richie's Got Swagger. This is a horse that's won 10 races out of 44 starts. 9-year-old, won 2 last year. Is making the first start of the year, but has been working well for the debut. And this horse was in training back in February. So, that will help this horse for the fitness. Tom Gardapi Jr. and Ronald Alley, they're having a fabulous start to 2023. Draws the inside, and definitely this is a horse that can sit close and get a good rail trip.
For sure. And I'll go with another overlay horse, and that's the 6 as my third selection. 14 to 1, dropping from a tough, an optional claimer. Can come off the pace. I like where this horse was running properly for 7,500, right there. Then went to the Gold Cup. It just doesn't belong. Lost its form, and then last time tried a top level race. Hard West came back and ran a real good second last time out in a fastly run race. I think this horse is an absolute huge overlay at 13 to 1.
Another horse to look at, number 2, Club Champ, 10 to 1 on the board. I liked this horse a little bit last time out in that 5,500. Showed speed for a quarter of a mile, was there to the half, and then backed right out of it. I think Club Champ will be a little bit tighter today, and there really isn't a lot of speed in here, so Club Champ might be able to get a little bit more loose. That was 6 furlongs. Now cuts back to 5.5. That'll be huge, and you're getting 11 to 1.
Yep. And so a couple of the outside horses, same kind of thing. Haven't shown much on the first start, but they got that start over the track. So that kind of puts them in the mix of every right to improve. They'll be a price horse to finish it out with the 7 and the 8.
Yeah, and the 7 gets a tongue tie off, so a little equipment adjustment. That could always make a big difference. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, how are you ending it off today?
Well, it works out quite well on this bet. I was hoping to be alive in the pick 4, so I've cashed a win bet and a place bet. So let's make it happen. 60 win on place, just place, because I'm alive in the pick 4. 60 place 4.
All right, and I'm going after the tractor. I'm doing a $2 tractor wheel. 3-4-3-4 with 1-2-5. That's $12, and then I'm putting the wedge in. 3-4 with 1-2-5 with 3-4. Another $12 for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Richie's Got Swagger, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White, and Bill Baczynski, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Club Champ, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Diddley, owned by MMKC, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Sven Balrup. Number 4 is Lucky Break, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Little Toe, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Ride 'em, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Demario Bino. The 7, now reaching the racetrack, is Alphabetical, owned by Bill and Reed Mooney, trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 8, Hello Handsome, owned by Ken Bruner, trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Super high 5 wagering here in race number 7. They'll go to post in 3 minutes.
All right, the boys close it out on the night going 5.5 furlongs. Good field of 8. It's been very formful today, sitting close, relatively close to the pace. Not too many deep closers. I'm going to go with the 4 as my top selection. It isn't getting great value. I kind of expected that, but should get a really good trip. Ran against a pretty good one last time. Makes a slight drop in class. Is in the right spot. Gets the trip. Should take over. Others to consider would be the 5 at a bit of a price at 12-1. I think this horse belongs. Likes to finish second, so be careful on the win. And another long shot is the 6. Drops in class. So you've got a favorite, a couple long shots, 4, 5, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with your pick in here. Is the logical choice, but I went with number 3, Diddley. Really liked some of the races last year. This horse has really good tactical speed. And Sven Balrup, a good jockey who's on a roll. And I'm also adding Little Toe on the end from Fawner. So I'm 3, 4, and 5 here in race 7.
It's post time.
Richie's got swagger, leads the field in for the nightcap. Club champ set to go in. Next up, Diddley. Lucky Break, the even money favorite, set to step up and in. Little Toe walks in. It's now Rydam's turn. 2 left to load. Alphabetical. And just waiting on Hello Handsome to the outside. The field is now set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Diddley. From the middle, Little Toe shows some early speed with Lucky Break. To the inside, moving up hard on the rail. You got Diddley and Club Champ moving as a pair. 5 wide. Alphabetical. Then back to Hello Handsome. Ride 'em. And Richie's got Swagger, the early trailer. Only 4 off of it. 22-4 the opening quarter. And Little Toe now takes the lead by a length. Back to second, Lucky Break. And Club Champ running as a pair. Making a move, Diddley on the far outside. Ride 'em. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Little Toe. Out by 2. Lucky Break gonna try and eat into that lead. Only a 16th of a mile to go. Little Toe is gonna hang on and get the win. Lucky Break is second best. Third's gonna go to Ride 'em. Very close for 4th and 5th between Diddley and Club Champ. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Little Toe, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Lucky Break. Third to number 6, Ride 'em. And a photograph has been called to determine the 4th and 5th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs 58-4, time for the 5.5 furlongs 105-2. Results of the photo show number 3, Diddley. Finishing third. 4th goes to number 2, Club Champ. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7. That's number 5, Little Toe. Little Toe is a dark bear, brown gelding, 8 years old, by Malibu Moon, out of the mare fiscal year by half a year. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Praven Badri for teaming up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Praven Badri. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $5,500 was number 4, Lucky Break. Goes to owner-trainer Jerry Gorno. Also, claim for $5,500 was number 6, Ride 'em, claimed by TCB Racing trainer Jared Brown. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.